So almost ready to get underway again. But we switch our focus now to the dressage. So it's the European Championships for dressage, and it's the individual competition, part 1, part 2 taking place tomorrow. And let's just concentrate on the juniors for just 1 second. And we'll introduce our judges. And our judge at C, Elke Ebert from Germany. At E, Lars Andersen from Sweden. At H, Jean-Michel Roudier from France. At M, Isabel Wessels from Great Britain. And at B, Kirsten Søgaard from Denmark.
Well, welcome back to this afternoon's individual dressage. The juniors in the arena that we can see in front of us. And there we saw our judges that are around the dressage arena: Lars Andersen, Jean-Michel Roudier, Elke Ebert, Isabel Wessels and Kirsten Søgaard. Well, 25 combinations coming forwards to contest this junior individual competition, and what a way that this competition has already started, with medals decided in the team competition yesterday. It was thrilling to watch, it was unbelievably exciting, and it went down to the wire. The British team, they picked up the team bronze, and the German team, well, they picked up the individual gold. There is our start list: 1:30 first horse due out in about 1.5 minutes time, with Mathilde Jougeret the first to go, with a number of nations represented, and it's going to be exciting the whole way through, with one of the team members from yesterday's bronze medal winning team, Miles Graham, will be 17th out of the starting blocks, with Nibali Union Hits, former rider Rebecca Bell, that rode that horse so successfully. And then down to the last to go will be Annabelle Wren, with Vestervang's Garson for Denmark at 5:22, and we start again tomorrow at 1:30. This is tomorrow's list of individuals. The junior Rose Oatley competing so well. Then we move into the tail end. Sophie Wallace for Great Britain, and Annabelle Pidgley there, the girl that won 12 months ago the individual title. That then went to, the individual title in fact went to Lucy Annick Baumgürtel, and Annabelle Pidgley successful in that team championship test. Freestyle, that is coming up on Saturday. We hope you can join us for that, the freestyle test on Saturday. Well, the first horses and ponies coming around the arena, and the first that we see is this grey Lusitano stallion, 10 years old, Caporal de Massa, ridden by Mathilde Jougeret for France. And these two, well, they've been very consistent together, competed at a number of European Championships, and been performing really quite brilliantly. Competed in Hungary at the Junior European Championships and in Spain last year. Some form on their cards. This horse won the freestyle in Hagen back at the latter part of June. So our first to go for our 5 judges representing France: Mathilde Jougeret and Caporal de Massa, 10-year-old. 18 years old now, Mathilde. Number of these riders stepping up into the young riders this year. You see Baumgürtel, one of them. Annabelle Pidgley still a junior. And she'll be out tomorrow for Great Britain. Positive and brilliant start for this 18-year-old. So moving in to the shoulder in. I do love watching these Lusitanos go. He's got a real sense of presence about him. Very elegant, very polished. Super expressive steps with good air time in the trot work. And unlike if you were joining us earlier on for the eventing, allowing the horse to stretch, the event horses were rising, the dressage horses here in sitting. Again, very good ground cover in his trot work. One thing you can't see is this mound to our left-hand side. That is the spectator mound. Trade stands up on the top of the bank as well. Already in the mid-70s, 74%. He's got a great walk. The overtrack on this horse, he's got a really good overtrack. And then back to the collected walk before another pirouette. Very good steps. A very good canter, hasn't he? Very nice change. These juniors, they're such talents. Couple of coefficients within the test as well, double marks. Super flying change again. Extended canter, back to the collected canter for one marker and then a flying change. Super again. Well, coming to the end of this test. That final centre line to her halt. Yeah, very good start. For the first to go for France, Mathilde Juglaret and Caporal de Massa, the stallion, Lusitano stallion, by Rieto, 10 years old only, third European Championships with this horse.
So score to bring you now, score for Sweden's Blanca Blossom, it is 69.302 to get us off and running. And Paul, who's competed for you?
Well, it's the first to go for France, Mathilde Juglaret with Caporal de Massa. We don't yet have their score, but that will be with us very shortly, I'm sure.
Well, as soon as we have that score, we'll bring that to you.
Spain coming forward now. Spain who join us as the next to go. Combination that were winners of the Young Riders Freestyle to Music, second in the Young Riders individual class as well.
Well, as we move on to our second combination.
This summertime and previous performances before now as part of the Children on Horses teams. That was in France.
Well, there is that score, Mathilde Juglaret and Caporal de Massa, 72.206 up to 75.441 and a PB, 74.324. So that is a brilliant, brilliant score for them, 74.324 and a PB as well. Fantastic result there for the French individual. Well, now we go to Denmark, and this is Sophia Jorgensen with Brilliant, 10-year-old Oldenburg gelding by Bretton Woods, Diamond Hit Lines. So they will be next to join us. It's the talent and the depth of talent in these young riders is just brilliant to watch. I mean, they're just so talented. And Sophia Jorgensen herself, 16 years of age only. And this is a lovely, lovely horse. 72 is their best score at this level. First European Championships at a junior level. She's competed now at 2 previous European Championships, medalled at all of them. 2 team silvers, individual silvers, along with team bronze from the European Championships in Stragon last year for ponies. Lovely to watch. This is basically the horse in its complete self-carriage, allowing the horse to stretch on this circle, slowly picking the rein back up. You can see there, the second she picked the rein up, engaging the horse behind, making it all happen quite brilliantly, quite seamlessly. Super steps in the extension. And then again, that transition back to the collection. And then we start with the shoulder in again. And then the half 10, half 10. Just maintaining that balance the whole way through. From the half 10s into the half pass, back onto the centre line, and then that walk transition before C. Very nice, gets a little pat down the neck. Nice little confidence pat there. You can see here we're on 76% at the moment for Sophia. Riding a very mature test. Pirouettes, making sure that those hind legs keep stepping. You don't want the horses to pivot round on one leg. You want those hind legs to keep moving. And that's why we had the 5.3 average score from the 5 judges, because he did just that. Across now on the extended walk, before again picking up the walk. And a pirouette back to the right, just setting up for that, making sure he turns around her inside leg, and that was much better from Brilliant. He's super, isn't he? I mean, he's a lovely horse to watch. And then as she comes back to this very... One of those things that you look at, you watch those horses come across with that simple change, and the judges on that EB line, very aware of that. It's the half pass. Ooh, 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 ooh. And before the flying change. Well, that was a pity, because, you know, he looks like he's all the time just been very willing, very able, but just a little bit there, got confused. Wasn't really sure what she was asking. Now, putting that behind her and moving on to her final halt. That was a very nice test, and even though with the mistake, he's still right up there and keeping that mid-70s, mid-70% mark there.
Just polite, please, to wait until both riders have completed when we have the 2 arenas running. Thank you.
And completing there for Spain, Agustin Garcia Garrido, and the ride of Bounty. Score come through as well. It is 64.816. So with 2 gone so far at the very early stages, Sweden lead 69.302.
So completing in the International Arena 1 for the juniors. For Denmark, Sophia Jorgensen with...
Well, there, Sophia Jorgensen just leaving the arena. Very, very nice test. That will be a mid-70s. I think 72 is her highest score so far. So this is another PB,
so
74.618. Does go into the leads, range of marks, all in the 74. So very, very close with all of our judges. 5 agreeing as we welcome our next combination into the arena.
72.76% with this very ride. Winners this season of the Young Rider team and the Young Rider individual competitions at the International at Wellington a month ago. Here today with the gelding Shoktov, it's Great Britain's Kaylin Burgess.
Well, the next to go, this is Dionisi Polakowski.
And our next go in the juniors, representing Poland, it's Dionisi Polakowski.
So Dionisi Polakowski with Chummer, Dutch bred gelding. 15-year-olds by Vulcano.
the team test.
Owned by
Next to go for
Mayer
Poland,
Bydagowski,
Shammer.
representing Poland. Great to have so many nations, I think 21 in all at the European Championships. Dionisi, Bydagowski and Shammer. He's only 16, this young man, by Vulcano, Madame Jopi, Madame Sinovo. Their PB 66 at this level. You really get into the thick of this test very, very fast. This will be his now third European Championships and second with this horse at junior level. They competed at the Junior European Championships last year in Spain. And Shammer, very consistent in Hungary, Budapest, back in May. It's fabulous to see the Polish, and they've got some very good riders. They wouldn't necessarily all the time have the opportunities, but my goodness me, they work very hard and they strive everything and every opportunity as well. And they're just getting better and better. And Dionisi, absolute testament to that, with his passion for dressage. Just a little bit, you can see this horse in his movement. He just does take the odd irregular step. It's not a lameness, it's not anything other than, he's quite a big mover, he's quite exuberant. And then when he does make a little hiccup, or I don't want to call it a hiccup, he just does take that odd step where he doesn't take as big a stride with one leg than the other. He's very high in his knee action. And there, just a little bit of miscommunication before the left pirouette. A very good walk. He again steps through, but he's higher rather than more forward. So would you like to see him step more forward in the walk step? I think possibly yes, a little bit. As he prepares for his second pirouette, you see the horse already as he starts to shorten and starts to collect the walk. The legs get a little bit higher. Be interesting to see. They've just been competing, of course, at junior level. There's another horse in Hui, which he's also been bringing out onto the circuit. Flying change. And that was where we saw Sofia Bojobel-Jorgensen make her little mistake when he came back, didn't understand. There we saw Shammer being much more understanding of the question to the centre line before the change. And again, as he approaches the F marker, collect, shorten, think, straight, change. Those half circles creating their own problems really, because you've got to be straight when you do the half circle onto the centre line. Nicely cuddled around his left leg to the centre line, straight, wait and then change. Just wonder if he's getting a little bit strong towards the end of his test. So that extended canter, line change. So he has PB'd at this level at 66%. It could have been 3 on the trot. It might even be whether he'll creep up enough to match his personal best.
And making the final salute there for the hosting nation of Great Britain, Caitlin Burgess and Shoko Toss.
Well, there,
in just a moment.
Dionysi Polakowski for Poland.
Thank you, Sam, for Poland. Dionysi Polakowski and
A lovely ride for him. It is creeping closer to that 66%, isn't it? But will it be enough as those final few scores come in? Right at the bottom of the test.
Great Britain, it's a good one. It's into the lead, 72.831%. Great Britain.
That final mark, general impression, it's a coefficient of 2 out of 10. And that general impression includes the harmony horse and rider, how the rider presented the test, the way that they are as a combination. 65, not quite, 65.706 for Dionysi Polakowski, and Shamur, they go into early thirds. From Poland we go to Hungary.
Bonjour Melan, 11-year-old Danish warm-blood stallion by Burger Gardens Boniem by Denoir.
This is Lila Filvinsky with Bonjour Meland, 10-year-old by Burgardens Boniem, this stallion, Dutch warm-blood bred, owned by Ark Investments. Well, Lila Filvinsky representing Hungary in the individual competition here on the second day. We've had the team competition for these juniors. That was amazing to watch, and if you missed any of that action, then do go back and watch that, because my goodness me, that was a real treat, the dressage. A real pleasure. Well, Germany, who won that team, but that was they won the young riders, the Germans. And they also won the juniors as well, with Great Britain in bronze. They picked up that wonderful bronze medal. But the Hungarian lady performing now, Lila Filvinsky. It's a beautiful moving horse, this. And now in her third European Championships. Fourth, in fact. This is her third with this horse. Rode him at the European Championships in Spain last year. Race just above 70%. A little bit against the hand, just fighting for freedom coming into the walk on that centre line. Back for this second pirouette. And just watch the way that she rides through the walk. Picks up the canter nice and early. I think there, as she asked for the flying change, he literally threw all he had at it. Went quite high. And we'll watch and see what happens with this one. Much better. So that was a much nicer flying change coming back. She's now in this simple change. Quite high, isn't he, of that left one, the flying change 3.9. And that was just because of the way that he did that. And I don't know what she'll get. She probably will get something similar for the simple change on the centre line. 7, it was much nicer. The quarters just started leading a little bit coming into the half pass. And then better. Simple change 5.4. And that again is because I think the way that he changes, it's very bizarre. I mean, horses are like humans, very much one-sided, right or left. Well, this final centre line, he's already thinking. He's very powerful, isn't he? Ooh, and an X. Good holds. I wonder when they get to that. We'll see. It'll come up, I hope. The last flying change, and there 7.1. Yeah, I mean, it was just very bizarre on the centre line more than anything. Whether it's when he's out in the open, who knows? It is one of those things. He may not have ever done that before either. So it'll be very interesting to see the score that she gets. Lewinsky and Bonjour Melund, representing Hungary here at the European Championships.
Scores starting to come through.
And competing in the young riders is Italy's Caterina San Giorgi and Totally More RH. The score has just come through. It's confirmed at 65.6.
Well, that score just been calculated for Lila Lewinsky and Bonjour Melund. We go on to Spain next.
A long way to go.
Yes, indeed. We've got a full programme of dressage with the juniors and young riders going all the way through till after 5 o'clock this evening.
And there it is, 69.265 goes into third place. Range of marks from 68.529, 2 of them up to 70.882 from our judge at H. Into third place for Lila Lewinsky and Bonjour Melund.
Young rider individual classes in 2022. The riders are Gallic Janeiro for Portugal's Marta Fernandez Marques.
Well, there comes our Spanish rider.
It's the turn of Spain.
This is Elsa Bosch-Portillo and Dean Martin.
9-year-old.
9 years old by Don Federico.
Last out at Comodo Estroelas.
And this is owned by Susanna Portillo.
And fifth in the junior
Asensio.
freestyle to music and sixth in the junior team competition.
Fifth combination
So for Spain, we welcome
in
Elsa
the
Bosch
junior
Portillo
competition.
and Dean Martin.
Well, Dean Martin. Quite an unusual name for a horse, isn't it, really? Rode this horse for not very long. First European Championships for these two, qualified in Spain. And this is, I think, only their fourth competition together, but first European Championship. Their PB 60.981. So Elsa Bosch Portillo, Dean Martin representing Spain. France, Denmark, Poland, Hungary, Spain, Ukraine, Austria, Portugal, Germany, Belgium, Sweden, Great Britain, Croatia amongst the riders. It's been a very special moment for Elsa, coming to her first European Championships and only her fourth international ever. She's done incredibly well. And what's so lovely is that we not only have riders with a number of horses, we also have the likes of Elsa, who only has one horse at this level. But with life as it is now, with school and colleges and universities, it's so hard to fit in the horses around. I think she's gone in there with the attitude of the fact that she's at her first European. She's riding fairly safe. She's riding a good test. There have been a couple of mistakes, but it's a safe test. She wants to get through it. She wants to learn, and she wants to come away from this feeling the positivity, the confidence that breeds then more confidence. Nice relaxation. she's riding him so beautifully well. Okay, the flying change didn't come off, but, you know, she's young, she's at her first European, she just said, okay, look, that didn't happen, and I'm going to move on. I will definitely take things away from this and learn from this. And that flying change then got a better mark. And just a little bit jumping behind in that flying change from right to left will just bring that mark down a little bit as well. But well done to Elsa. I thought she rode that horse with a lot of maturity, didn't let anything panic her. That's why we had the 5.5, because she just jumped behind slightly before the change. But my goodness me, 60.9 is her PB. It will be a PB at this level, coming down the centre line to her final flying change and that turn onto the centre line, canter halt. I really do think that she deserves that and deserves a PB, because that's what it's all about. It's about going in there, doing your best, and not disgracing yourself, and she certainly did not.
0.677% goes into third, so Britain leading the way, Sweden second.
Well, as we just wait for that score to come in, next up will be a double, two riders from the Ukraine.
Break at the end of the first session of competition, two in succession for the Netherlands and one for Ukraine. And Paul, we believe you've got a score to update us with.
Well, actually, Sam, not just yet. If you look across to the other arena, there's no score there yet. So just waiting for our judges.
Well, I think that's what's called
a
busman's pass or something, isn't it? Just the arena announcer saying that your score is in. It is now in 63.706 and a PB, and that is brilliant. I mean, to come away from a European Championships with a PB is what dreams are made of. 62% up to 65.294, 63.706 for Elsa Bosch-Patillo, and that will be a very pleasing test. Into 5th place.
As well, with Florette W for the Netherlands, Brandy Bos.
And now for the Ukraine, for the juniors, Lyubomir Yakimov with Savoy, 14-year-old gelding.
Well, next to go for Ukraine is Lyubomir Yakimov with Savoy,
Top 5 scores in Budapest.
14-year-old gelding. She's owned by Natalia.
They were 6th there in the freestyle to music.
Sinivaska. And these two, the first of a number of Ukrainians here. And it is so good that they're here. So good to see that they're still able, with all that's going on in the world. And our love and best wishes to Ukraine at this difficult time as well, but with all that's going on, to keep going. 15 years old, Lyubomir, 68 is a PB. Lyubomir Yakimov and Savoy. Well, this will be another big moment for him. He rode in the European Championships last year in Spain. He came up through the youth championships for children, competing in Hungary. Savoy finished 4th recently in the freestyle at the event in Hungary, in the Budapest, Sweden, and they are more than capable of a high 60s test. quite forward. Ooh. Onto that half circle, just losing a little bit of his rhythm and balance on the half circles. We'll just see those, I should think, 2 movements for the half circles coming in, 5.8. So volte means basically the half circle to the left and the right. Well, he's up there with the low 60s. Few mistakes today. I think this horse is a little bit sharper than he was yesterday. Scored 62% in the team test yesterday. He's not going to be too far away from that, but he just does look a little bit sharper than he did in the dressage. It was a better flying change then as well. 6.9 for the one before that. And into his final halt, 6.8 for the final flying change. And turns away.
So completing there, the rider from the Ukraine, Lyubomir Yakimov, with Savoy.
Well, Lyubomir Yakimov and Savoy.
Fantastic to have the Ukrainian riders with us.
Yeah, our arena announcers just said that as well. It's fantastic to have the Ukrainian riders. I mean, everything that they've dealt with and everything that's been going on to get here is fantastic.
And it's into second, Britain leading, Netherlands in second, and Sweden in third so far, which means that there's 2 left to go before a short break. 1 for the Netherlands, and then 1.
Well, that score will be coming in, 68 PB. Won't be a PB here today, unfortunately. We've got 2 left to go before the break. Having a good old spook down towards that end of the arena. I mean, it's a scary little hut with the scoreboards. And there it is, Lyubomir Yakimov and Savoy, 64.559, with a range of marks coming from 60 all the way up then to 67.941, 7% difference there, thereabouts, from 2 judges at H and C. As we move on to our next combination for the Ukraine, and this is now Anastasia Sagovic with Krummel, Westphalian bred mare, 10 years old, by Captain Fire. I don't think, Anastasia, I don't think I've heard the bell go. Just walking around. She was having a good look. This is her first European Championships, so another first timer. Whoa, coming into their first 10th line, their first European Championships. Anastasia Sakovic and Krummel. 17 years old, and the 12-year-old Krummel, 67.52, their PB. So they've been competing at juniors for a little while now. And another Ukrainian, and it's so good. I know I've said it before, but it's so good to see the Ukrainians here. Well, the PB was in Kharkiv in Ukraine. When they did score that 67%, and that was back in June last year. Fascinating when you see the horses let down their natural trot, and then as the riders pick the reins up and engage the hind leg again, how much more elevated the trot becomes. A little bit fussy round the short side in the head, but has settled back into a nice frame again now. Just losing the quarters in the middle of the two half circles and into the half pass. Well, you can see horses in the other arena. If you want to watch the young riders, then you can in Arena 2, and you can find that on Clip My Horse or FEI TV. Natasha Baker, the commentator for the young riders individual. So you want the horse to bend in the direction they're going in that pirouette, and that was more of a turnaround. I wonder what mark she'll get for that. So the pirouette 5.2. Better this way. I mean, just maybe that this horse doesn't go the other way in the pirouette, and a lot of it has to do with them being left or right, a little bit like us, and maybe there is a little bit of scientific evidence of how they were lying in their mummies' tummies as well. Well, the left leg went forward for the flying change, but whether or not this little mare just slightly anticipated her, lost a bit of the straightness on that flying change, on that pick up from the walk to the canter. .3, simple change 6.2. Not quite sure what she was. But she was looking into the judges' box then, whether or not she'd forgotten where she was going. But she's on track. She's absolutely fine. Up for this last flying change, and a good flying change again. And Intel. Great test from both the Ukrainians there. 67 is her PB, not going to be near there today for Anastasia Sakovic and Krummel.
Well, we definitely do. The score for the Netherlands, Joanne Koch and Darabal, it's 62.941% there, which means with one left to go before the break, it is still the host nation of Great Britain leading the way. Netherlands in second with
one left to go before the break here at Hartpury for the FEI European Championships for dressage and eventing, juniors and young riders. It is a host of nations, 21 in all, and running the dressage and the eventing alongside each other has brought two sports very closely together in Gloucestershire. Host nation. Well, we've not had any Brits yet, and we will be having one coming out. There is Anastasia's score. Anastasia Sakovic and Krummel, 64.029, and that will go into sixth place. Her marks ranging from 63.088 up to 65.147.
Placing in that there with a second place finish in the Young Riders individual competition. Ukraine's.
Well, Karina Gebhardt is next to go, representing Austria. This will be her fourth European Championships, and she will be riding Barragio 16. She's ridden already at Fontainebleau in the European Championships for children back in 2018, in the Pony European Championships in Stregom in 2019, and in Hungary back in 2020. Well, Bellagio 16 been going pretty well this season so far. They had a top 10 finish in both the team and individual dressage at Ochleichten in Austria. Their last outing back at the end of June, middle to end of June. Karina Gebhardt, 18 years old, 69.5 is the PB. 10-year-old by Bonnard de Charry, the dam sire, Heinrich Bolt, and the dam Baroncelli. Karina Gebhardt for Austria, last to go before the first break here. 3 sessions of dressage. If you're watching in the UK, Great Britain's Miles Graham goes at the end of the next session. So up near that PB of 69%. Now the real test comes. There's a lot of work in the walk with the 2 pirouettes. The extended walk has a coefficient of 2. But she's keeping her score in the high 60s. Melage 16, 10-year-old gelding, Hanoverian. Just watching the hind leg there, and it's so important when riding a pirouette that as you approach, you collect the walk, and that is exactly why that collected walk is there, to prepare you for the pirouette. Good change. I just wonder whether riding 1 hole shorter or even half a hole shorter would make a difference in the way that she rides, because she's a lovely quiet rider with a super relaxed disposition, but just occasionally I'd like to see that leg, you can see there, just a little bit moving, and I think that then comes into play when she asks for a few of the movements, that it doesn't always happen. 6-6 for the extended canter. It all comes out quite quickly. The counter canter 6-4, and the flying change 6-9. It could have been more, but he was just a little tiny bit muddled in his transitions and in what the legs did. Well, we're on a break now. We'll come to the score for Karina Gebhardt and Bellagio 16, and we'll hopefully have a leaderboard as well. Arena commentator just said quite a hot horse underneath her. I don't think it was quite hot. I think it was super in the arena, and some really expressive moments. And what you've got to understand is that between the, and I like to use the expression, between expression and an explosion, there's a very fine line, and you have to have that with the horses, and you have to be able to press those buttons and be able to work them within and with you. So it's all to play for. We've got the young riders going on at the same time. We just wait for that score to come in, and there it is for Karina Gebhardt. Goes into fourth place, 67, not a PB this time, but 67.941. Range of marks there from 65 all the way to 71.176. I think that is one of the biggest scores that we have seen so far today as well, that 71% mark. Well, we'll bring you a leaderboard. If it's not on the screen, then I'll just do one from my list here. But as far as I can see, it is Denmark that lead, with Sofia Bojo-Jorgensen and Brilliant on 74.618. Second for France, Mathilde Juglaret and Caparol de Massa, 74.324. And in third for Hungary, and there it is, Lila Felzvinsky and Bonjour Merlund, 69.265. And Karina Gebhardt Bellagio, 16, just going into fourth, 67.941. With Dionutsi Polakowski Chama rounding out the top five. And what a round for him, what a dressage test for him. And that for Poland goes into fifth. More still to come, much more still to come in the young rider. Let's go and have a look at that young rider leaderboard, because it's getting very hot in there at the moment. It is Caitlin Burgess for Great Britain that lead, with Chokotov on 72.831. In second, Brandy Moss for the Netherlands, and Florette W, 71.544. And in third, Blanca Bossen for Sweden, Carden M, 69.302. And they've got a break on at the same time, so we will all be back with the next horse and rider combination in the juniors and the young riders. Don't forget, that is going on in the other arena if you want to go and watch that. Natasha Baker is there to guide you through the young rider dressage. For now, we're on a break until 2:54, and we will see you in a few moments' time.
are set and ready to get back underway with the competitions for the young riders and for the juniors as well, the individuals. So in the young riders, it is Great Britain leading, Netherlands second, Sweden third. The best score seen then of 72.831. Welcoming back into position our judges at E, Evie Eisenhardt of Germany, Great Britain, Stephen Clark at H, at C, Martin van der Heijden from the Netherlands, and Lily Schwab of Austria at B. Well, we get back underway with Austria now. Lily Oceanhofer joining us, faced with this one numerous times in both the young rider team and individual competitions. The ride is Road du Soleil MT. Austria's Lily Oceanhofer.
Well, over in the junior competition, the lead's held by Sophia Jorgensen for Denmark.
Well, we are about to get back underway again with our second group of riders. Our judges are now back in position, and 5 of them judging the junior dressage. And what a competition that we have had so far. It is going to come down to the wire, that's for sure. A lot of very talented young riders that we've seen. And of those, it is Sophia Bojoba-Jorgensen and Brilliance out in front on 74.618%. Well, our 5 judges made up of Lars Andersen, Jean-Michel Rodier, Elke Eberts, Isabel Vessels and Kerstin Søgaard. And we are about to welcome into the arena individual rider for France. This is Ines de Konink with Fjordorn VB, 12-year-old stallion by Filotance. 67 is their PB. Sire Filotance, the dam Donna Daria, and the dam sire De Vito. Owned by Veronique Bulki. Well, apologies for, I think we had a few issues with the picture and quality just a second ago, but we seem to be back on track now. So representing France, Ines de Konink scored 68.485 in the team dressage yesterday. So currently trending 67, just dropping down a little bit now, 67.182. Half past that is a coefficient of 2. So Volta is basically a half. So the half circle, the half pirouette. we seem to be back with good pictures now, and I think we had the same trouble in the Young Rider arena as well, but we are back up and running. Well, getting a good round of applause, both riders from the junior and the young riders. We've just been watching Enis de Koninck and Verdorn VB. Ninth combination out in the dressage.
So both of our arenas completing there, and for France in the juniors, it was Enis de Koninck with Verdorn VB.
And for Austria, Nelson Herpen and Rode Soleil MT. Score to come through for them in just a second's time. Great Britain, though, they've got their campaign.
Well, there is a score, very quick one. Enis de Koninck and Verdorn VB. 68.824, another PB. Well, that mark and the range of marks, 68.088 up to 69.706. 68.824 and a PB. That is a very good score for the young French lady. And that will then mean that they go into fourth place. Very well done to them. Well, we move on.
Well, Great Britain currently leading the way
fairly quickly.
The second rider for the hosting nation now is Anna Level. The ride for her is Vagabond de Massa, winners of the Young Riders individual and the freestyle to music in Le Mans.
Well, next to go, and this is a ride for Danilo Konovalov with VHS Concetti.
Another Ukrainian rider. How
10-year-old.
fabulous to see all these Ukrainian riders in the UK. And it's Danilo Konovalov with VHS Concetti.
Well, this Holsteiner 10-year-old by Casal,
some good results so far
owned by
this year,
Viktor
certainly out of
Konovalov,
Bell.
representing
Placed
Ukraine,
junior freestyle to
and
music.
he in the team competition, and I mean fabulous. So to have a team that were here, scored 66%, the Ukrainian team finishing in 12th place in the teams. Just unbelievable. I mean, I can't stress enough. This is the third rider that we've seen from the Ukraine now.
Danilo Konovalov and VHS Concetti.
We're just about to come down the centre line. Danilo Konovalov and VHS Concetti. 17 years old, this young man, with the 10-year-old. By Casal. 73% is their PB. This will be his third Junior European Championship. Will be his fifth European Championship in all, having ridden this horse for European Championships for children in Fontainebleau back in 2018, also in Italy in 2019, in Hungary at the Junior European Championships in 2020, and in Spain at Oliva in Spain last year. A fabulous horse this has been, VHS Concetti, and they have certainly been going from strength to strength. In the junior individual in Belgium, finished just outside the top 10 with 65%, 68, nearly 69% in the freestyle to music. So just a couple of mistakes. It's got quite a high knee action, this horse. It's got a great cadence, great air time. Unfortunately, you can see the 4.8 came for that walk. Which resulted in the 5-4 for the pirouette then, flying change. It's interesting because the only judge that can really see, I mean, everybody can see the flying change, but the only one that can really see the straightness of that flying change is Elke Ebert, who sits and resides at C, the president of the grand jury for the juniors. Little bit of a swing to the second one. Look nice and straight in the simple change downward and upward. So nice to see the younger riders coming through from Ukraine with some real talent in not only riders but in horsepower as well. They've had just a dreadful, dreadful time, awful few months, and I mean, just hats off to them for the efforts, both man-hours and financially as well. All the troubles, the hardships that they've been enduring. So Danilo Konovalov and VHS Concetti just completing their test to the silence of the watching spectators and supporters, which must mean that the young rider absolutely just, I think they're just coming to the end of their test in Arena 2 on the far side. Natasha Baker commentating on that, if you'd like to go and listen to Natasha. And a number of British riders and a British rider in the arena as we speak. And in the arena at the moment. That should be, and Darempel, but there the score for Danilo Konovalov and BHS Concetti, 65.118 with his range of marks from 61.912 up to 66.324.
Also, there are other riders there, and for the Ukraine, Danilo Konovalov completes with his score of 65.118.
Well done to Danilo Konovalov. Not the PB that he's had before, 73 is his PB, but Ukrainian, third Ukrainian rider in.
So
and we
will
will have
France,
one more before the end of the day as well.
Vivaldi de Mazière, a 13-year-old gelding by Feldmeier.
Well, now it is the turn of the French individual. This is now Anne-Louise Bretagne with Vivaldi de Mazière, 13-year-old by Veltmar, owned by Daniel Cornier.
Well, not quite yet, just waiting for that to come through, but a great brilliance on the Darempel.
He's a nice horse, isn't he? A lovely way of going. Oh, again, just that little bit of a waver in the half pass. We come now into the walk. First pirouette. 4.3 for the pirouette. Average mark. Good walk, hasn't he? He did a nice walk, good pick up into the canter. And that really came through. Very good extended walk for that horse. And Louise Britannia half past to the flying change. Good. That will come down to the straightness. She's picking up some very high scoring marks. Not quite reaching the 8s, elevating herself to the 8s at the moment. But again, everything she's doing, she's asking for and he's achieving. Good. Could have been a little bit more forward, a little bit straighter in the pickup. So I would have probably gone for a 7 with that. Would have gone 8 if he was straighter in the transition up. Super flying change again. Canter half pass straight, balance, change. Good. He's done very good changes throughout his test, been consistent in his performance. She's ridden him with such confidence. Just resting that hind leg in that final halt, but not for really a split second. Very brave in her extended canter, watching her then ride the transition back from the extended, back to the collected, then the flying change. All came up very nicely for her, for him. Timing was great. And that should be a 68, I think she should. 70 is her PB.
Portugal's Ana Carolina Gonçalves there, and Spartacus 20.
Orla and Louise Britannia, it is in 67.765, just under 68%, going into 6th place for the French lady. 65 up to 69, so 67.765.
67.765, that moves them up into 6th position.
So 6th place for them at the time, or in the time being.
25 riders in this first day of competition for the individual championship. And of course, just a reminder for those of you that may have missed it, heavens above, Carl Hester and Charlotte Dujardin are doing a demonstration tonight in the indoor arena, in the Hartpury arena. That's taking place at 7:30, so if you have your accreditation, you can get in to see that demonstration by Carl and Charlotte. Next to go for the
Yeah, that's a
juniors,
really nice little touch, isn't it? Very locally based, Carl Hester and Charlotte Desjardins. And they're doing a demo this evening at Hartpury for everybody that's there with accreditation. So that's a really nice little give back, and I'm sure the dressage and eventing riders will be there to watch that demonstration this evening. Well, this is Fungi with Nicole Antunes-Silva.
Nicole Silva, she's had some great results just recently, in fact earlier in the year to Brandes.
Well, will be Nicole Antunes-Silva and Fungi's time now, this now 8-year-olds So one of the youngest we've seen in the junior competition by Fun Time, owned by Actiquestra Unip and Caracol Vedetta, representing Portugal. Very fungi Hanoverian bred. Very first European Championships for this 18-year-old. Hanoverian gelding, 69.55 their PB. Had some very good form in Portugal, hardly out of the top 2 all year. And that has been the run that has given this young lady her chance at the European Championships here at Hartpury. Never competed internationally, they've always competed on home soil. So first trip abroad, first time at a European Championships. Her time to shine, already over 70%. Beautiful moving horse. As I said, Hanoverian bred by Fun Time. Up into 72, just trying not to jinx it. I mean, to come here and ride at your first Europeans is nothing short of a miracle. To come here and perform brilliantly well is amazingly fantastic. She scored 69% in the team test yesterday. Let's hope we can have a good walk. The step is good, you've got good over track, you need a consistent frame. And in the extended walk, really looking there for the regularity, the activity, so the way the horse picks up and puts down the feet individually, being supple, the over track, the freedom of the shoulder. Ooh, just got a little bit stuck there in the front end. And stretching to the bridle and really wanting all that. And 6.7 average score from judges. So that pirouette just losing a couple of marks from a few judges. Just watch his changes as he came back onto the centre line for the flying change. Then was a little bit straight in his front leg. It was a very clean change, but just wonder whether there could be a little bit more air time. Oh dear, that simple change is not going to get the score that she wanted. 2s and 3s, I would have thought. That will drop her score down. One mistake, costly. better then. So he's now, whether or not the further through his test he's gone, the shoulder is released, maybe it may have been a one-off, because the rest of the changes have been getting 7.5s the whole way across the board. And I mean, it's super looking horse, this, and I think there's a lot to like. First European Championships, you'd never guess it. They look very experienced, and I think we're going to see a lot more of this combination, Nicole Silva and Fungi. Won't be long before their scores in either, because they seem to be amazingly quick. And there it is, 69.117 goes into 4th place. Another full day of, well, full afternoon of dressage tomorrow. Don't forget, we run right through till I think 5:20, so a couple more hours of dressage still to come here. But 4th place for Nicole Silva and Fungi. Well, as they make their way out of the arena, let's have a look at our next to go, and that will be for Germany, Allegra Schmitz. In fact, it won't. It'll be for Denmark. It will be Elizabeth Cecily Bonfils-Dahl with Don Furioso. There they come. Well, a lovely big horse, lovely black horse, Dutch bred. 14-year-old by Sanamore, owned by Cecilia.
It is Germany's Helena Schmidt, more Kramer.
And for the juniors for Denmark,
so Cecilia
Bonfils-Dahl
owns this horse.
Furioso, a 14-year-old KWPN male, I should say, gelding by Sanamore the first by Jazz.
So representing Denmark, these two in the team test with a score of 67. They were in fact the drop score. They finished just off the medals in the team competition, which completed yesterday. Very, very close. Big horse. So Elizabeth Cecile Bonfils-Dahl. A nice uphill canter coming down the centre line into his first halt. 18 years old. By Sanamore, 72.7. Don Furioso, their PB at this level. I always wonder about the PBs, because PB really, when you've got 5 different judges, it is a PB because it's a personal best. But when you run a PB, it's the fastest you've ever run. When you've got 5 different people's opinions, it can vary quite considerably. So much better start than she did, well, much better ongoing, because the halt was a bit of a letdown for her, 4s and 5s. Didn't really stretch in the half circle stretch. Got a couple of 6.5s. There was some, I just think there could have been more. Nice looking horse, isn't he? And from the half circles or the half vaults and into the half pass. I think they also call that a half vault. But to the walk, pretty fair in the pirouette. Good over track, extended the frame, looks soft over his back. Pirouette, few sevens, 6.5, that average of 6.7. Just watch her inside leg now as she engages it there. Keeps him walking around the inside leg. I think I would have said, and it was a good 7.1 for the extended, I would have said she could have waited one more step before the canter transition, would have given the little bit more clear definition to the walk before the canter, and run the risk of muddling the transition makes a big difference. He kind of knew he was doing a flying change there, and a few more on the centre line on the way down. So threes, I would think. Oh. That might change. 3, 4, 3, 6.5, 7. Random. Better flying change. From left to right. Managed to get the one flying change in then as well. Collect, straight, change. Very jolly music in the background. And a good end to her test as well. She rode in really nicely, working around the outside a few times in the arena, a few times that we saw him just wonder whether or not we were getting that whole dynamic and whether or not he was just getting a tiny bit excited. But she rode with very good feel and very good compassion. Now they can cheer. Slightly longer young rider test than it is a junior test, so that's why we don't get to hear the riders before they finish, because they have to both finish before they can do their applause. So Elizabeth Bonfordal, there's the score, 68.118, 68.118, goes into sixth place. And again, range of scores ranging from 66 up to 71.618%. Don Furioso, Elizabeth Cecile Bonfield-Dahl.
It's a personal best, 76.949%. Catch me if you can, she says. Brilliant test there. Her best place test yesterday as well. And could they go for the double gold? Let's wait, let's find out. Britain are up next.
Well, Elizabeth Cecile Bonfield-Dahl just completing for Denmark. Up next. And let's have a look at them. Allegra, Schmitz, Moorkramer and Libertad. Libertad stallion, Hanoverian, 10 years old by London time. San Remo lines, owned by Christina Schmitz, Moorkramer. These two, again, representing Germany, and part of that German team that won the team gold yesterday. Libet lads, 75.758, and the winner individually in the team competition yesterday. This is going to be a fabulous test to watch. We've got 3 left to go after Allegra Schmidt's Mokrema. Libet lads, watch with close eyes, because yesterday these two looked amazing. Libertad with the 16-year-old Allegra Schmitz Mokrema by London time, and only a 10-year-old San Remo, the dam sire. Amazing moving horse, this. Just looks so easy. I think she's got her mind firmly on the freestyle. This is her very first European Championships, and already a gold medal to her name. "16 years old. A PB in the individual at this junior level, 74. That was achieved in Aachen last year. Gone into the lead, 76%. The way these two have been going, they're capable of going into the 80s. 9 coming for the half circle in the stretch. Absolutely fabulous. Germany, of course, the reigning champions, and added to that team gold yesterday. Not leaving anything to chance. At the European Championships last year for juniors and young riders in Livanova, it was just amazing to watch. But for the juniors, the team test, Germany out in front. This young lady won the team test individual yesterday. And the individual, Lucy Anuk Baumgürtel, well, now she's a young rider. It certainly opens up the door with the Kerr and so much more to come. Very good flying change. He's one of those horses you look at and you don't feel nervous. There's been a few more 9s thrown out there. Eights coming for the flying change. Super flying change again. I mean, that was 7.5, 8. I mean, what maturity this young lady is riding with. Smooth out of the corner into the half pass. Nine, 8, 8, 8, 7.5 for the flying change. So it's interesting, isn't it? We've seen a few 7.5s for the flying change. Why not go 8? Very expressive. 8, 8, 8.5, 7.5. Down to his halt. Well, a number of judges, 6.5 and 8 for the halt. 9, 8.5, 8, 7.5. Just waiting for the C mark for the general impression. That was the president of the grand jury at C to give their general impression mark. But that is worthy of a 70. Will that hit 77? I would have thought so. So Allegra, Schmitz, Kramer and Libertad. And a final 9 in. So it's got to be a 77 for this test, and it's got to go into the leads by a small country mile.
Another score to come from Paul in just a moment's time, but we'll let you know when that comes through. So 3 left to go, as we said before the break. Sweden.
And here it is. Oh, it is a PB 77.030. And Allegra Schmitz, Kramer 74 up to 78.824. A new leader for Germany, Libertad. Allegra Schmitz, Kramer goes into first place, and another PB. Fabulous when the PBs come at the European Championships, isn't it? But that was very well deserved. She thoroughly deserved that. Mistake-free, happy, confident, everything that you would like to see in a dressage test. Well, we've got 3 left to go before the next break. That is now Order Verica rides Frappant, Dutch-bred chestnut gelding, 12 years old, by Vivaldi for Belgium. So Order Verica with this lovely horse. This is her first Junior European Championships, first European Championships of all time as well. Frappant, the horse that she rides here today, having a little spook down there. There's a lot to look at, especially when you come to something like this, Europeans, with the banners, the boards, having a spook going down the centre line as well. So Order Verica, 17 years old, with the 12-year-old Frappant. They've had, I mean, this horse has been in the arena. We saw this horse do the team test for Belgium. Scored 66.2 in the team. And they've had arena familiarization, but still go in and spook like this. So Order Verica and Frappant as they move away from that spooky entry and halt. Get into the real crux of this dressage test now. There is that very close button. This horse came in a little bit on his toes, didn't he? And to then do these movements, to ride the shoulder ins, the half passes, when she's putting the leg on, just that slight miscommunication is nothing serious. It's just when their mind's not on the job and they might be looking elsewhere, got a pair of ears on, which hopefully will cut out some of the noise and the atmosphere. Actually rode that quite nicely, giving this horse the time and making sure that she doesn't slightly override and increase the chance of a little bit of tension coming in. And she's now really riding, using her brain, using the experience that she has to now guide this horse around the rest of this test. An opportunity now to work this horse in the canter, try and, now that the movements are coming up and we're in canter, try and keep him very much occupied. Again, a little bit of a spook moving back to the side of the arena then. Clearly has spotted something, seen something down there. I don't know what is down there. I don't know what the horse has seen, but clearly something is in that corner. Coming back now to the flying change. And this final halt. A very good job there, because the horse that she had when she came in is not the same horse that she came out on. Okay, a couple of the flying changes didn't work, and especially her second to last flying change, scoring the 2s and 3s and 1s, it didn't happen. But put that behind her, moved on, came back up to the 7s again. And this is a horse, this is their first European Championships, this is a big occasion, and it is one that she will definitely learn from. And that is what these experiences are all about. Coming to these places, riding at a European Championship and learning from it. And I think she rode Frappant very well. Dutch bred, 12 years old, much more to come. Very well done. Very well done. 2 left to go, 1 for Sweden, 1 for Great Britain. Miles Graham last to go, but it's a Swedish individual lady up next. Adora Nightingale, that's the horse. Mary Sophie Hayde Bondegard is in the saddle. But a score just coming in for Orde Verhika for Belgium. In this junior individual, it'll be, let's hope it's 60. Don't really want to sub 60. And here it is. Oh, it is just under. 59.177 goes 15th. 59.177. 59.177. I thought I just had 59.117, but it is 59.177. So the bell goes. So Marie-Sophie Heidebonnegaard with Dora Nightingale, 12 years old by Ampere, 18 years old. PB 72.5. The Dame Copernica, the Dame sire for this 12-year-old Regazzoni. Owned by Marie-Sophie herself and FEI Dressage stable. So for Sweden, got a number of horses that she rides. This is now her second European Championship. She rode in the Pony Championships in Strzegom in Poland back in 2019. PB 72 in the individual. These two are well capable of a high 70s, and Sweden in the team competition finished in 7th place, and Marie-Sophie 68% in that team test. Lovely moving horse. Big step. It's always quite fascinating to watch a medium trot from behind and an extended trot behind. How many horses just do go slightly wide behind? Looks like part of the dressage, doesn't it? The young rider horse also in the walk, but they do something slightly different on the extended walk on the young riders. Here the pirouette. Marie-Sophie Heidebonnegaard. The pirouette, well, that scored them a couple of 6s, 6.5 and a 1.7, giving an average score from the 5 judges 6.5. Then to the extended walk, collected walk, pirouette back to the right, then canter. Ooh, getting a little bit ahead of her. And then very quickly into a wrong strike off in the canter. She's gone for a flying change. That was her option. The canter transition got 3s and 4s. Personally think that was quite generous because there was no canter. In the directive, if you know the test, it's a half pirouette, collected walk, preceding collected canter right before P. Well, the horse didn't proceed in collected canter right. The horse proceeded in collected canter left and then changed legs. Good. I'm just coming back now around to perform this half pass onto the centre line. We get a really good angle here actually of the half pass in the ground cover and then the straightness before the flying change. Extended canter, collected canter, counter canter, flying change. Good. There was a nice flying change actually. I'd have gone 7-5, 8. Neat, straight. And apart from, you know, again, not mistake free, we talk about the tests that have had clear rounds or not had a clear round, and she was good. She was very good there, and rode with her head.
So for Sweden, Mary-Sophie Heid-Vondergaard completes with Adora Nightingale, and that's in the junior competition. We've got one more to go before the second break in both arenas synchronized today.
And the score 67.265, and that goes into 10th place. Her range of marks from 66 up to 68.088. Mary-Sophie Heid-Vondergaard, Adora Nightingale goes into 10th place.
7.265 their score, and that makes them 10th position at this stage of the competition. But as we go to our last competitor before the break, we welcome Miles Graham. And it's Miles Graham for the host nation, Great Britain, with Nibley Union hit. It's Caroline Bell's 15-year-old Anglo-European. It's a mare by Nibley Union Jack out of the Nibley Winter Mare. And this combination took the win in the junior individual competition in Wellington, and they were second in the team competition.
Belgium to come now, combination that won the Young Riders Freestyle and the individual in Opklabeek back in April. From there went on to have some great form to finish second in the Young Riders individual class at Aachen a couple of weeks ago, with the ride of fame for Belgium, Amber van den Steen.
So last to go before the break, Miles Graham with Nibley Union hits. 15-year-old by Nibley Union Jack. Owned by Caroline Bell. Caroline, who does so much for dressage, and this former ride of Rebecca Bell, Caroline's daughter. First European Championship for these two. Part of the team that won the bronze medal yesterday. Best score at this level, 72.157. Well, Nibley Union hits, done amazing things in the world of dressage. Former ride, as I said, of Rebecca Bell. And Rebecca rode him at the Young Rider European Championships in 2019 in Italy. Miles won his last outing in the individual at Wellington in Great Britain with that score 72. Got a very good horse that he rides as well in Dress Code Cocktail. They've really only been competing on the international circuit. They went out to Belgium and to France. They went to Compiègne in May, but really only been on the international circuit for just over a year. Scored 69.66% yesterday in the team competition. So just above 70%. So this is the last to go in the individual. Then we'll be on a break. Miles Graham for Great Britain, currently sitting in 4th place. Still over 70%. Good marks in for the pirouette. Oh, delighted with his performance yesterday in the team. Again, good pirouette ridden. It's an amazing horse, isn't he? I mean, just Miles, who was pathfinder for the team. I think he was quoted as saying, just wow, amazing. Una, as this mare is known, Anglo-Arab, was just incredible. The experience of a lifetime. Couple of mistakes in the team test. Seem to be putting those to rest at the moment. So very nearly at the end. Keep above 70 miles. And you will be up near your PB, but more than achievement, 70% and over at a European Championships. Very, very well done. Brilliant. You can hear the home crowd. It's one thing to compete at a European Championships. It's even more special to compete on home soil. Miles Graham, Nibley Union hits for Great Britain. The host nation are in the saddle with him. Fantastic performance. And it's got to be over 70. It's got to stay over 70. And it is 71.118. And that will go into 4th place. Miles Graham, Nibley Union hits. Well, just completing in the other arena as well. The last to go before the break in the young rider individual. This is the junior individual in this close arena. Yep, double thumbs up, Miles. Absolutely fantastic. Well done, you into fourth place for yourself and for Caroline Bell. Amazing for the young man from Great Britain. Well, that takes us into a break. We'll bring you a leaderboard in just a second, but we are back in the arena at 4:26, so about 20-minute break before the last remaining riders go in the last block. Denmark, Croatia, Sweden, Portugal, Ukraine, Poland, Belgium, and Denmark again. And we will have the last few into this wonderful arena, wonderful atmosphere, and the leaderboard as we go into the break. Allegra Schmitzer, Morkramer, Libertad leads 77.030 for Germany. Second for Denmark, Sofia Bojobel Jorgensen and Brilliant, 74.618. And Matilda Jugelat and Caporal de Massa in third, 74.324. Miles Graham for Great Britain just going into fourth place with Nibali Union hits on 71.118. Well, that rounds out the top four. Rounding out the top five is Lila Valencias with Bonjour Melund, 69.265. Well, Lila Vervinsky, Bonjour Melund, round out that top five. Allegra Schmidt, Morkramer, Libertad lead going into the final break. Make sure you join us after the break for more FEI Junior Individual presented by the European Championships for Hartpury 2022. The first horse due back in the arena at 16:26.
So we'll be back with you at 16:26, both the juniors and the young rider competition.
all set and ready to get back underway after the break. In the young riders, Sweden, it is Germany leading the way so far, Britain in the third place. But, well, welcoming back our judges. It's E, Evie Eisenhardt, at H, Stephen Clark, at C, Martin van der Heijden, and at B, Alice Schrob. Welcome back, judges, and to your writers as well.
So getting us underway with the juniors, it is for Denmark, Tilde Rudhare with Fred the Red, 10-year-old Westphalian gelding by Franciscus, 15 by Florestan, and what a cracking season this combination's had so far, with wins at St Truden in the individual and junior.
Well, down to the final few in the junior individual on the first day of individual competition. The team medals have been decided. They were yesterday. Germany were out in front in the team competition, with Great Britain in third, Netherlands in second. An amazing day for the British home side as we go down to the final few. It is Fred the Red and Tilde Rudhare, this gelding for Denmark. The leaders at the moment. It is Germany out in front with Allegra Schmitz Mokrema Libertad 77.030. Fred the Red down the centre line with the 18-year-old Tilde Rudhare. And interesting, this horse. And as Tilde starts her test, Fred the Red is such a amazing horse. Well, as they come into their test, just going to look at the leaderboard once again, because Germany are out in front, and these two have the capacity to ride a very fluid and fluent test. And the interesting thing about this horse, the sire of this horse, is the horse that Ingrid Klimke is riding at the World Championships next week in Herning. Franciscus and Ingrid Klimke, of course, multi-medalist eventing, going for her first World Championships in pure dressage. So as they come down into these two half circles, Fred the Red and Tilde Rudhare, second European Championship. She rode in Stregholm in the ponies with Morten Stern's Dakar to Team Gold at the Pony Europeans. Now at the Junior Europeans. Second in the freestyle in Hagen. Capable of a 70% test. And they're just over 71 right now. So the extended back to the collected and then the pirouette to the right. You could see her working the inside leg, that right leg. It's nice that he's got white socks on the diagonal pair. Makes him look very even in the trot work. Good angle in the half pass, nice that camera angle. Clean flying change. 7.5 across the board. Good power in the medium canter. Then sit, collect, straight, counter canter, flying change. So really looking for the straightness in the simple change as they come down the centre line, prepping for that simple change. Still over 70%. Will she threaten the 4th place of Miles Graham for Great Britain and Nibbler Union hit? Miles Graham on a score of 71.118. She's above that. And to her final halts, Denmark, who finished just off the podium yesterday. And these two scored 70.182 in the team test. Getting a lovely round of applause and cheers.
So for Denmark, Tilderud Hare and Fred the Red completing for the juniors. And Sam.
So Tilderud Hare and Fred the Red.
Score for them is confirmed. It is 65.883%, and that's a confirmed score. So, still riders to come from Italy, Portugal, Germany, Belgium.
Well, as they leave the arena, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 left to go. Amongst them, Croatia, Sweden, Portugal, Ukraine, Poland, Belgium, and another rider for Denmark at the end. We start with a Danish rider and we complete 71.618, and it's a PB. Brilliant performance from her. Personal best 70.147 up to 73.971, and a personal best. A number of personal bests we've seen here today, at least 4 of them. Well, just as we go to our next combination, leaderboard still remains the same. Germany out in front with Allegra, Schmitz, Norkramer 70.030.
And our next to go in the junior individual European Championship competition, it's for Croatia. It's Kea Probst and the Rotspons rocking. This 20-year-old Hanoverian gelding.
So that score 77.030. 77 leading. Libertad for Germany. Sophia Bozobel-Jorgensen, brilliant second for Denmark. And now Denmark in 4th as well. Fred the Red, Tilderud Hare going into 4th place. Well, now it is the turn of Kea Probst, riding Rotspons Rockin'. This will be now her, I think, second. She rode in the Children's Championships in Hungary back in 2020 with Mr. Cool. She's also ridden in the Balkan Championships in Slovakia before, but this is her first junior European Championships at the FEI European Championships for Dressage and Eventing, Young Riders and Juniors at Hartpury for 2022. Rotspons Rockin', 20 years old now, in fact he is. a PB of 66. Former ride of British rider Alex Hardwick. And in fact, although Alex has competed this horse in Young Riders, never quite made the team, I don't think. She was very successful with this horse, with the 20-year-olds, but representing Croatia individually. So that PB 66%. She's at 67 at the moment. So we've had an 8-year-old, we've now got a 20-year-old. So from the youngest probably to the oldest in the field. Certainly today he's the oldest in the field. Cute little horse, just watching his face, his expression. Will certainly have done a few pirouettes in his time. So just coming back to his final pirouette. Slightly went to go ahead of her, and she rode him really nicely there, Care, and just said, wait a second. Lovely the way she keeps offering the hand up to him. Very nice position in that half pass. And just keep the straightness, head and neck between the shoulder blades before the flying change. She's doing a good job in there. Just about managed to hold on to the walk in between the two canter transitions, canter down, canter up. Keeping a good rhythm in the canter. Moves into the half pass in the opposite direction, position the shoulders and ride across. And again, good half pass because he does move, and on average, you know, it's sevens across the board and 6.8 or 6.5 rather, giving her a 6.9 average. Sit, wait, change. Super. Very good. And very pleased, flying change 7.1. And the final few marks coming in. Nice halt to finish her test with Care Probst and Rotspin Rockin. Rotspons Rockin, the 20-year-old. Where will that put her? And it is another PB, 68.941. PB number 2 after the break. Well, it's getting better and better and better, the dressage. Fabulous test from the Croatian. And a personal best to boot at the first European Championships.
Germany leading Britain in second in the young riders, but Portugal will go now.
It's a similar situation as far as the lead is concerned in the juniors. It's Allegra Schmitz-Morkrämer with Libertad on a 77.030 in the lead, followed by Sophia Jorgensen and Brilliant on 74.612, and then for France, Mathilde Jougleray and Caprol de Massa on 74.324.
Portugal next to come forward, and this man producing some great tests here at the Hartpury.
Not quite sure why she's not going out of the arena.
Also winners of the young rider individual.
Oh, waiting for the junior to come in. I thought though I saw 2, but that's 1 young rider leaving, 1 young rider going in, and 1 junior going out, and 1 junior coming in. It's for Sweden. This is Laura Lawston.
And for the juniors, it's Sweden. Laura Lawston with Fairy Tale, 15-year-old Westphalian gelding by Friedensritter.
Well, Fairy Tale, she rides a Westphalian 15-year-old by Friedensritter, owned by Christine Lund Dressage. Laura Laudsson for Sweden. Next to go, individual riders, all these individual riders. This is Laura's second European Championship. She rode in the Pony European Championships in Strzegom in Poland last year. She comes forwards to this European Championships, her first junior European Championships, with this lovely chestnut Westphalian, Fairy Tale. So the 16-year-old Laura Lautston, 72, her PB. Had 2 very good wins in Poland in the individual and the freestyle. 72.157 was her PB back in April. So good entry, good start. And the judges' marks being rewarded. I think one of the I love to see the horses, and then when they pick the rein up, the trot changes. She's just dropped one of her double reins. You see there, the trot engages again as she picks the rein up. Laura Lautsson for Sweden in that extended trot. Again, really showing his paces. I mean, you could see some 8s and 8.5s coming for the extended trot. The shoulder in to the 2 half circles. Just occasionally popping out of the bridle a little bit, slightly unsteady in the head. You can see there's a lot of travel, there's a lot of forward momentum going on. And sometimes that's to his detriment because it just does jump out of her hand, Fairy Tale, every now and again. Trying to collect the walk before the pirouette. Fair pirouette to the left. And now we want to see the march in the walk. We've seen a variable amount of tails and short jackets. I think tails have been the favoured route, but you're perfectly allowed to wear a short coat at this level, at any level actually. Keeping that right leg working as much as the left, and the right leg really to support the shoulder as much as anything, but to keep them walking around that inside hind leg. So just dropped now behind the British rider into 6th place, 71. Quite a big reach in his flying change. And a good amount of air time. Clear, concise. Again, very nice. Ooh. Well, it does stipulate at the end of the test, I'm pretty sure, halt immobility salute. And for that reason, there was no immobility. And whether there Laura just decided that that was that and will go on, damage limitation rather than correct it for the immobility will remain to be seen. 3 6.5s, a 5.5 and a 5 from our judges for that final halt, which is a shame because that would have just dropped their score down and may have even, and this is how close and tight it can be, because it can mean the difference between 5th and 6th or 1st and 2nd with a moment like that right at the end of a test. And that may have just dropped her down 1 place, which means that Miles Graham will stay in 5th and she will drop down into 6th place. Laura Lautzen.
So for Sweden, Laura Lautzen and Fairy Tale, and the score is...
And 71, there we go, 71.088 does put her into 6th place. Very close in the judges' mark, 70.147 up to 72.794. Laura Lautzen and Fairy Tale for Sweden go into 6th place. Well, there we just get a shot of Brianna Alexandra Vintila representing Portugal with Inanabi. Inanabi, Dutch bred mare, 9 years old, by Painted Black. Owned by Wekadar Stables. So, Inanabi will be our next guest. They finished 10th in the individual, 3rd in the freestyle in Compiègne in France.
Turn of Germany now
second European Championships for her. She was at the Children's Championships last year in Spain.
First year in the young riders for Germany. This is Anouka Bumgedel and Zink Hugo FH for Germany.
That was the Children's Championships when they went to Liva Nova in Spain. But now at the Junior European Championships, 14 years old only. Brianna Alexandra Vintilla and Inanabi, pie painted black, 70% is their PB. Well, that 70% for individual was achieved in Portugal. Very early stages of their career. Definitely riding with their head. Take the rein. You want the horse here in this stretch to maintain the rhythm, but take the rein downward and then retake the reins without any fuss, without any resistance whatsoever. So very much keeping her cool. So just 14 years old at these European Championships. Brianna Ventia for Portugal. Rode that well, managed to finish off the diagonal line and get the maximum amount of space, and that's where you come in a little bit early or right to the marker, but a little bit early to get that then counter part of the test to the flying change. Very nice again. She's riding this horse well. I mean, the 7.5 8 for the flying change, but riding this horse, this mare really nicely, giving her a confident ride, and the horses do look to you. That is for sure. Good. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Another one. You know, you can't go more than a 6.5 on a halt that has no immobility. And at a European Championships, that's throwing marks away. We saw with the last rider in Laura Lautzen that she could have had a halt immobility. So too could Brianna Vintia could have had a halt immobility, didn't, and will have lost a few marks there. And that is the difference between what she's on now and possibly having a above 70. I think this is going to keep her just below. It is 69.118. So that goes into 8th place. Still very good. Still very good. But it is the difference. Well, Brianna Vintia, 69.118, goes into 8th place. We've got 4 left to go. 1 for Ukraine, 1 for Poland, 1 for Belgium, 1 for Denmark. And as we go down to our final 4, competing in their second European Championships, first Junior Championships, having competed in the Children's Championships at Fontainebleau in 2018. Just making their way round. This is Sofia Konstantinivska, representing Ukraine. So Sofia Konstantinivska, first Junior European Championship for this young lady. She's riding Aqua Fortis 12, 10-year-old gelding. And this is owned by Ksenia Flipova. So Sofia Konstantinivska about to enter the dressage arena. First European Championships at junior level. Well, I don't know whether that was, I don't know whether you noticed that, quite on the centre line when she came in. Sofia Konstantinivska with Aqua Fortis. She's 17, 10-year-old by quarterback. Damsar Londonderry. Well, this is a pretty impressive start. So good to have the Ukrainians here. Nice uphill way of going, this gelding, Aqua Fortis. Whether there's just a little bit too much bend in the body. Possibly a little bit too much neck bend as well. We'll get a better angle this way when she comes into the shoulder in from the other direction. It covers a lot of ground and very forward, very quick. Just wonder whether it's a bit too fast. We'll see the shoulder in now. Good ground cover in the extended trots. 8s and 7.5s. Not quite so bendy this way, with the angle varying at times in that shoulder in for 6, maybe 6.5. Clearly this horse's way of going, because he just does cover a lot of ground. But there's forward and then there's forward. And I think she just is a little bit too forward. Good. Bare steps. Covered the ground. Good pick up in the collected walk, just keeping and maintaining that rhythm. And a good walk pirouette. Certainly not disgracing herself by any way, shape, in any way, shape or form. The trot work could have been the 7, 7.5, 8 if it wasn't just so fast. And the canter again is a little bit quick, isn't it? We're looking for the collected canter. Collected canter doesn't mean slow, and it doesn't mean fast either. She's nothing but brave. I mean, if she was an event rider, she'd be fast. A jockey, she'd be fast. Oh, and that was late behind the flying change, unfortunately. So 5 or 6. And for the half pass here, it just looked like the quarters led to start with. Oh. And very excited to do the flying change, very keen to get on with the job. And the flying change then again was late behind. We haven't seen very many late behinds today, actually. But again, absolutely well done. Clapping, air clapping here. Well done to Sofia Konstantinivska and Akrafortis 12 for their performance in the arena. We've had some very good tests from the Ukraine, and to make the journey over has been nothing short, I shouldn't think, of a miracle. To keep going in times of adversity when there's a full-blown war going on, to come here to World Championships, quite brilliant. So very, very good, very well done to the Ukrainian. Just wait for their score. It should be in just a few seconds, just waiting for one score to come in from one of our judges. And I think everybody there, I mean, just hearing the clap and applause, I think that was for the rider in the young riders, as Sofia Konstantinivska and Akrafortis score 65.441. That goes into 17th place. Range of marks coming from 64 up to 66.912. Well, 3 left, Poland, Belgium, Denmark. in that order.
493%. France up next.
So we take a look at our next combination, and that is for Poland, Alexandra Blachno. Alexandra Blachno with Travenauts Diablo. Well, this 11-year-old Holsteiner by Isenberg Johannes, in fact, bred by Isenberg Johannes Gut Travenport and owned by Jakak Blanco. Well, they have had, I think this will be their very first European Championships. Alexandra Blachno, first European Championships. They competed in the Czech Republic in their last outing in June and been very much eyes on and a good run up. They were hardly out of the top 5 in their runs, and then that very good second place in the individual with a 68% in the junior individual. I think their PB around the 68, I want to say. We'll get that confirmed on the screen. But Alexandra Blachno, Travenauts Diablo for Poland. Just looking up her mid-marker as she comes down for her first halt at X. Always quite nice to come out of the saddle and back in just to relax yourself and the horse, this gelding. I don't think we've had the graphic up yet, have we, these two? So we may get that PB up there. Oh, there it comes. She's 16. 68, it is 68.5. The 11-year-old Travenauts Diablo by Diarado. So from the jumping lines, Damsar Guardus Limbus. Well, Diablo, the sire of Travenauts Diablo, Diarado, the sire rather, sorry, knew what I was trying to say. Diarado, the sire of Travenauts Diablo. 68 is their PB, 68 they're trending at now, representing Poland. Coming now into this walk, just preparing for that first pirouette. Very fair, rode it well. Yeah, and 7 for the pirouette. Fair steps in the extended, maybe a little bit more purpose, maybe a little bit more to the bridle, but she sat on top, don't know how it's feeling up there. Collect So there is a transition before the pirouette, and the pirouette there. Oh, no, very naughty. I think 2s across the board for that one. That was a transition to canter. Very naughty there for Travanaut's Diablo. Perhaps he's saying he'd rather be a jumper, but he's a very nice dressage horse. 11 years old. Just got to pick it back up and get it together now. But that one mistake you see even there with the 2s affected slightly the half pass, coming back to this flying change, counter flying change, and just kicked out behind. So that will again be costly, 4s and 5s, I would think. Definitely got a little bit of spice to him, hasn't he? Now she's got to ride this same movement, half pass, straight, flying change. Don't override. Good. And although it wasn't as expressive, she sat quietly, and that was a wise head on young shoulders, that she rode that flying change with a little bit of empathy, thinking about the possibilities of what might go wrong, what could go wrong. Brave in the extended canter, back to the collected and the flying change. And again, you know, he does take it, takes a bit of pressure, accepts a little bit of pressure. Well done to Alexandra Blacknow. He has got a little bit of something about him, hasn't he? Cantering off like a naughty little schoolboy. But very well done to the Polish individual rider.
Thanks, Paul. Yes, competing in the young riders for France, Medopito and Hartpury de la Chance. The score for them confirmed at 68.199.
Well, that was a great test from the Polish individual young lady, still wanting to scoot off round the arena. But I have to say, Alexandra Blacknow doing a really good job, did a really good job in there, because that one explosion when they came from the walk into the canter, and he just said, nope. She got over that, moved on.
Take up the top 3 placings at the end of the first of those 2 days of the young riders individual competitions. It is the gelding, the Erbe OLD, the ride for Germany.
Well, now that is the score for Alexandra Blacknow, 65.029. Marks there ranging from 63 up to 66.176 to give them a 19th place and 65.029. That current leaderboard, though, is looking pretty good for Germany. Allegra Schmitz, Kramer and Libertad on 77.030. Denmark, Sophia Bojobel Jorgensen, brilliant in second, 74.618. And in third, France, Mathilde Juglaret and Caporal de Massa, 74.324. What can this young lady do, though? It is now the turn of Clara Collard, representing Belgium, riding Escape, Dutch-bred gelding, 13 years of age. Clara Collard, 17 years old, Dutch-bred, 13-year-old. Well, this is owned by Clara Collard. This is by Tuschinski, representing Belgium. Well, no stranger. This is now her third European Championships, having competed the Junior European Championships with Escape, with this horse in 2020 and in 2021. That time it was at Livanova in Spain. Belgium, who finished in 10th place in the team. Clara Gollard scored 68.545 in the team competition. Well, they competed at the Exloo Centre in the Netherlands last time out. Second in the team competition. They finished 8th individually. Well, up towards the 70s. There's been a lot to like about him, and Escape, as we've seen, has been fairly consistent, but just not quite getting those 8s. Very good extended walk. Very high cantle on that saddle, isn't it? Nearly halfway up her bottom, or quite a long way up her back. You can see that she's got a lot of pins on her lapels, and half of the fun with the youth championships and things is that you get to swap your pins with different nationalities and different countries, and it becomes a real thing, not just at youth but also Olympics as well. That change didn't come off as we clearly saw. Counter canter, flying change, just behind the pot, but it looked good from here. There's just a bit of tension creeping in the canter work. Can quite often happen. Well, coming to the end of their pretty good test. Just a shame that I didn't think the extended canter, I saw a couple of mistakes. Some judges did, some judges didn't. We've got a 6.5, a 7, a 7, a 6 and a 4. The counter canter, again, mistakes in that. And again, they have changed their mind, but 444, 6.5. They are sat at different angles.
So the two arenas completing once more with just one horse each to go. And
So we've got one left to go.
in the junior team competition. So Clara Collard
And the score 67.588. So that puts them into 15th place. Clara Collard Escape. Fairly similar in the scoring, 66.176 up to 68.382. Two judges on that score as we move to our last combination of the day, of the first day here at Hartpury for the FEI European Championships, dressage and eventing for juniors and young riders. A little bit of a spook there for Annabelle Rain. Our last go, representing Denmark.
and our final rider in the juniors for Denmark, Annabelle Rain with Vestervang.
Well, Annabelle, she's ridden now at a couple of European Championships. She rode in Italy at San Giovanni in the Children's Championships. Then with this horse, Vestervang's Garson. Well, Vestervang's Garson, she rode in the Junior European Championships in Spain last year at Livanova, and will be looking for a good result here today, but looking very much on his toes, this Danish warm blood. Former ride of Emma Alberg, rode this horse in the young horse classes in the young horse championships at Emelo in the Netherlands. Now a 10-year-old by De Noir, the Damsire Ragazzo, owned by Ulrich Clemenson. And the last to go, Annabelle Rain, 16 years old, with the 10-year-old Vestervang's Garson by De Noir. Well, these two can do a good test. 73 is their highest individual score. 73.912. .118, in fact, that was their highest score. And that was in Olivanova at the European Championships. Can she go one better here and equal that PB from one European Championships to another? So far, so good. Don't want to jinx it, but they've had some good scoring marks. That first part of the test is a real indicator of how the horses are settled. And even though working around the outsides of the arena, we saw Vestervang's Garson just be quite on his toes. It still meant that actually she was able to assess that situation, know what she'd got underneath her. Oh, he did. I mean, that was my fault completely because I said about it. Something has definitely upset him. It's now down to Annabelle to assess the situation. And when they lose the plot, they lose the plot. Well done, Annabelle. Will she put her hand up? I hope not. Just complete this extended walk. I mean, again, she's not even bothering with an extended walk. She's just thinking, right, I've got to get through it. Because now she's got to do another pirouette to the right. Will she bother? Will she just turn round? She's going to attempt something. He's definitely spotted the crowd. They've had arena familiarization, as I said. Well done. That's very, very good riding. Clearly very talented, this 10-year-old. Oh. Got a very active hind leg. That will feel like that hind leg is booting her up the bottom. Well, what a good job she's done. Because it would have been very easy at that point just to say, do you know what? This is heartbreaking. And typically, it happened just as I was saying about how he was behaving around the outside of the arena. But she's got through it. She's only got one more flying change to do in a centre line. Well done, Annabelle Rain. Good girl. Very well done. I know that wasn't easy, Annabelle, but you deserve a huge pat on the back. Second European Championships for this horse. But Vestervang's Garson did definitely take exception to her in the arena, and he was a bit naughty. But then horses are not machines, and as we saw there, you know, they really do test us. They like to challenge us, and he did. And she dealt with it extremely well. So that completes day one of dressage. We're still waiting. Something's gone slightly wrong with the scoring system, but that scoreboard, I'm not quite sure what's happened. But Annabelle Rain and Vestervang's Garson are last to go. We'll give you their score. We'll give you a leaderboard, and then we will see you all again tomorrow for more of the same. We start again at 8 o'clock with the final session of dressage for the eventing. 66.618 for Annabelle Rain and Vestervang's Garson. And their score, and that's a big difference, isn't it? 64.559 up to 71.176. So you can see without that mistake and without that or those glitches in the matrix in the test, that would have been a very, very good test indeed. We'll come to the leaderboard in just a second. We start again 8 o'clock in the morning with the final part of the junior and young rider eventing. I'll be back with the young rider eventing dressage at 8 o'clock in the morning. That followed by the juniors, and we'll be with the juniors at 1:30 again tomorrow afternoon. Allegra Schmitz, Mokrema and Libertad lead for Germany, 77.030. Second for Denmark, Sofia Bojebel Jorgensen and Brilliant, 74.618. And in third for France, Mathilde Juglaret, Caporal de Massa, 74.324 with Tilda Rudar. Fred the Red for Denmark in fourth. Great Britain's Miles Graham, Nibali Union Hit in fifth. Sweden's Lara Lauston and Fairy Tale in sixth. Lilla Felzinski and Bonjour Lund in seventh. They sit in seventh place. A great ride for her in seventh. For Hungary in eighth. For Portugal, Brianna Vintilla in Nanabe. And in ninth, Nicole Antune Silva for Portugal down there in ninth place. They are the top 9, the official standings after day 1 of the FEI Junior Individual at the FEI European Championships for Dressage and Eventing for young riders and juniors at the European Championships at Hartpury 2022. Well, that's it. We have more, as I said, more of the same tomorrow. Make sure you join us nice and early at 8 o'clock. Natasha Baker will be back with the concluding part of the young rider dressage in Arena 1 tomorrow afternoon. Make sure you join her. And myself, Spencer Sturmey, will be back with the concluding part of the eventing dressage at 8 o'clock in the morning for the young riders. The juniors are on as well. Not sure if there's a commentator for them, but they will be live on a separate channel. So do tune into them if you want to watch the juniors. I will be following the young riders. And then the final part of the junior and young rider individual, where the medals will be decided tomorrow afternoon. 1:30, both arenas start for that concluding part. Saturday, a big day on Saturday for the freestyle dressage and for the eventers, because that is the final day for most of the dressage horses. They will have a horse inspection in the morning, arena familiarisation, the young rider dressage freestyle at 10:30, the young junior dressage freestyle at 2 o'clock, and then eventing. Juniors start at 9 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, followed by the young riders at 1:30, and then more of the same on Sunday. Show jumping on Sunday, but we will be doing that medal ceremony at 6:30 for the individual dressage tomorrow afternoon at 6:30. Make sure you're tuned in for that. For now, thank you very much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow morning. Sleep well. Goodbye for now.